What is up, everyone? So, welcome back. We are back with another tutorial from um, Jose Da Vinci on the progress of my Yazida. So, I was trying to. So, I was trying to use the airbrush to make the shadows, but unfortunately, not everything goes well. So, unfortunately, I clogged my airbrush because I haven't been cleaning it, which I strongly advise you guys because otherwise it will fuck up all your progress. So, what happened to me was look, so the clog actually spread a lot of paint on areas that wasn't supposed to be painted. Um, which really fucked up my work. But I'm going to repair it, or trying to. So, I'm not advancing just yet on the tutorial. Um, what I'm going to do is just going back to my notes and going to basically try and repair some parts of the skin with a gradient skin tone and trying to mimic everything that we did from the beginning and building up towards what we want or what we have is these highlights, these thing highlights, but I have to repair this part on the arm and on the legs, and this part also fucked it up right there, especially the muscle really fucked it up. But yeah, no worries. I think we can manage to properly do that. I even overdid face. Is a bummer, but I think we can go around. We can go around and trying to mimic. So the base layer, it's this one. Opposite. Yo, my cats have been in my room. Really have to, because it's hairs everywhere. uh, so nextly, was it taken yellow? And I really have to thin down my paints because if I'm going to do a gradient, I really have to thin down and remove the maximum paint I can from the brush. Because if I'm going to be, I'll have to build up really nicely and really thinly. Otherwise, I'm fucked. Oh, this one I already have. Ba, 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 ba. Oh, right, because it was. Oh, okay. I remember. It was this one with this one. this one with this one. Or oh, it was the green, right? Because it was for the shadows. Yeah, so I think let's check one. Okay, and I might use smaller one. Well, let me prepare everything. The number 0. Number 0 is really good. I really like this number on most of the brushes. This one is really good. I also am very curious to use not the number 0 from AK, but the number 1. The number 1 is really close to this one, but it has a longer bristle and belly, which is better, at least for me, because I prefer the brushes that have a little bit bigger belly, because like that they hold a bit more paint. And I feel this one sometimes for certain jobs lacks a little bit of paint holding, if I can name it like that. So just put a little disc here with thinner. So one thing that I'm always saying is you don't have to buy thinner. Okay? Thinner doesn't actually do that much unless you want a thinner that has a property, like for example, I've never used them, but there is some thinners that actually make your, I don't have any, so I actually show you, but there are some thinners that when you mix thinner with a paint, it will change the property of. So for example, normally AK, they have a mid matte, mid gloss finishing, okay? But they are not too glossy. There are paints that are glossy. For example, some of the Vallejo are glossy, but others. And if you want to make the paint more matte or more glossy, you can add that type of thinner. It will change the properties. At the moment, what I have is just this one from this Green Stuff World. I followed for the publicity, I guess, and I bought the thinner. You don't need to. You can just use water. It's simply for you guys. Just a tip. Oh yeah, if you're wondering, I have been using my airbrush, but somehow I clogged it. Ruined a little bit of my job here. So basically, it ruined a little bit on the thigh here. Went too high, and here, because you can see the spider webs clogged, and it just did a burst. And the same thing, thought I cleaned it, but I didn't clean it properly. But I have another one. Here, huge one here, and I think that's it. Oh, and it was this one here on the arm, because I think I fucked up this arm. Yeah, I fucked it up this arm because it's supposed to be with the yellow finishing. I didn't do it. I did with the grin because I thought it will be highlighting here. Oh, and I also fucked it up because I was aiming for the armpit, and look, it did some spider webbing here because I put the airbrush too close. It fucked it up. Yeah. So with that said, we're going to try and fix it. So, according to my notes, the first layer did I erase it? I think I might do just one above. So let's thin this. Too thick. Water. Oh. One thing that I like to do also is instead of using like big tissue papers or something, I like to cut, because normally I buy these pads that are used for nails and everything. They absorb really, really. And I cut them, of course, and then I use them like these tiny squares to, remove the moisture of the brush like that. Then I can do my stippling. Just a nice, not tip, but a nice thing that I do. I help you sometime. What I normally like to use is this tiny cotton head and clean. Oh, wait 1 second. Was I removing it? Maybe I can remove. Since it was just a momentum spray, too strong. Maybe it didn't do too well, but no. Unfortunately, it did glue well. I thought this was going well. Fuck me. Well, it was going well. I had to fuck it up. Ooh. Maybe with this really thin down, can't remove. Yeah, but the thing is the other color is still really strong. Like the red one is still strong. Maybe use this one. Like these songs are really tripping me. Hey, Maxer, thank you really much for the follow, bro. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. I can save this. Well, I'm not using Discord at the moment. I really have to create one. But because I was thinking of creating like a Discord channel for the for this community that is still growing little by little. But yeah, because I want to be able to give you guys some stuff. But as soon as I create one, I'll add you up. Should bring this one together. Well, I can add you on my personal user if you want, but that's not the one that I'm going to be using for the for this particular stuff on paintings and everything. I really blew up. The blues are really killing me. remove almost 3 of our highlight. Did. Because otherwise we'll be sticking underneath. And I was dumb because I could have used like I don't even know. Oh, it's right here. I could have used this one, this masking putty, cover one of the legs, and I didn't. And the thing was, I was aiming for this one, and it blocked, and it hit on the other one. Oh, you guys want to know one thing? I know this might be stupid, because sometimes I'm dumb. And when I say I'm dumb, it's because sometimes I do overthink on basic stuff, and just later it clicks. So, do you see when you are like watching for tutorials and everything? There's one thing that always stripped me. That it was the following. So when you see this type of schemes, so for a base color you have like 3 drops of paint and 1 drop of water. For edge, 3 drops of paint, a half for water, recesses, and so on. Like, I've never thought, I not that I never thought, but like, I always interpreted in the way that I thought they were actually drops. So I was doing the mixtures with actual drops. So, if, for example, if I was using this one for a glaze, for example, I would do 1 drop of water and 2 drops of thinner or water. 1 of paint and 2 of water or thinner. And the thing was, I ended up wasting a lot of paint because sometimes I wouldn't even use it as much. I just wanted a tiny bit, and it never crossed my mind that. And it's such a stupid trick, bro. So let me just try and zoom it in so I can show you guys. So let's say one thing. Let me zoom in even more. So, for example, here. Let's say I'm going to grab a little bit of paint here. Like, do you see how much the brush is onto the paint? So it grabbed like that much, like half. This could be a measure. So when you put the paint on, if you want to make like a ratio for 1:1, for example, you just have to dip the brush to the same place where you had paint. And that will be like it was a drop or drop, one of paint, one of thinner or water or whatever you use to dilute the paint. But I never thought of this shit. And the other day, I was doing some fast paintings, and I have like this silicone, those anti-stress or something, balls that you press on and they go to the other side. And when I did this, I saw the blob of paint, right? Like I did like this, and I saw a blob of paint, and then it hit me, like, oh shit. So they actually, when they say they do have like the, I think you guys understand what I'm saying. It's freaking insane. How I've never saw, I've never saw anyone saying this shit. And this is the type of things that I'm trying to incorporate little by little on some tutorials that I have that I will provide you. Some tiny tips, like those tiny, tiny details that makes all the difference, but people don't say right away. Because it's kind of intuitive, right? But for some people, it isn't. For some people, it just isn't that intuitive. So, hence why I think that will be a good addition for you guys. That's something that I aim to bring on Patreon as well. This brush is actually getting really thorned. It's bleeding too much. Fixing tip. Another thing that I felt that I've been failing is sometimes I overextend the highlights. Like I really do. And sometimes I just simply fuck them up. And when I say I fuck them up, is because I just literally I overextend them or do them on a position that it's really, really strange. I don't know how I do it, but on my head, I think, well, I think that this thing or that thing will be cool. You wanna know one thing that it actually translates to what I'm saying? It's this thing. Look at this. I've been painting this shield, right? I did it yesterday after the stream. Just a quick thing. And I and I thought to myself, well, it would be cool to have like the, those type of um, various focus points of light where it's hitting on the sides. And I thought to myself, well, that would be cool. Look what I did. I literally, I did one focus point here, and then I fuck it up on the shadow. Because this one is pointing towards this side, and this one is going like that. So it's not straight. And for some unknown reason, I did this portion without finishing it. I don't know why. The ones on the top are like almost okay, but the ones at the middle, and I do the shadows really, really big. It shouldn't be that big. And even this one, even this shadow is not really at the same direction. Like this portion here should be light, all light, because it should be like a really focused point of light. I don't know. Sometimes I just go with the flow, but it's not the best decision. And it is a little bit hard to find some good references on non-metallic metal when you're trying like different shields and everything. For example, this is a 3D printed shield that I found. I don't know the name of the creator, but I'll look it up later. Um, and the thing is, like, there's not too much flat shields. They normally have like an edge, like the symbol on the ultramarine, like an edge around it, really harsh edge, and normally what people do is like the shield in the middle will be of one color, like blue or something like that, for example, for the custodies and everything. But the edges would be with non-metallic gold or non-metallic copper. And like this is really, really difficult. Hey, Digital Devious, for the follow, bro. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. And as I was saying, it's really difficult to sometimes have some references on something that is slightly different. And this was a really cool shield that I found. Oh, you're listening to the tips? Nice. Hope you like it. Soon I'll be doing a Patreon with a lot of them, so you guys can have the PDFs and use them. But yeah, there's really really unknown tips. There are, like, it's obvious, but sometimes it's not that straightforward, you know. So I don't know if you listened to the one that I was saying on the ratios. Did you listen to the ones for the ratios? I don't know. Oh, you're here? Yeah, nice, nice. And I have a bunch of them. I have a shit ton of, like, if you want more tips, I can give you as we go. But yeah, I found in the past, like, almost 1 year that I've been doing miniature painting, I found like a shit ton of them. Oh, you want to know one really, really good? They normally don't tell you this, like, directly. And it's so fucking dumb. So, non-metallic metal, right? This is what I did on a sword that I printed, and I think it came out great, right? At least I like it. Um, one of the things that it's really, like, they normally tell you to do one thing. They normally tell you to do this. Let me grab just. Okay, they normally tell. Let's say we are going to do like a non-metallic metal with 3 colors, right? Let's say this is the shadow. So they normally say to you to do this. Okay, have like this, and then they say to you, "Oh, use the second color, and just go half the way." So we'll do like this, and leave a chunk of it, right? And then you'll do the highlights, for example, this one on the other area beneath it, like in the middle, I mean, like like this, and you would have like this tree. Starting from here, you will have this tree. But the thing is, really, really hard for you to hide the freaking layers, right? Because it's too harsh. Like, for example, like, hear what I'm saying. Like, I have here the paint really thin down, right? If I wanted to hide it, that layer, I would have to, like, stippling or keep on dragging and dragging. But the thing is, that part will become stronger because I'm dragging like the pigments and everything all the way towards the color that I want, right? But the thing is, look, it's a it. But as soon as I'm trying to drag it, it's going to paint even more. And it's not actually clearing up. It's not. And you have to, like, or stipple a lot, like doing those tiny dots around it, and you will have to extend the shadow, and it's really dumb because it doesn't make sense. So one thing that I actually found out, and currently I don't remember which guy it was. I don't know which person it was, but moving on. So what I found out is, like, for example, if you have the black, right, and if you use a more thin color instead of being a harsh color and doing like this motion, so if you want the light to be towards this side, you would do this, and you have to keep the, this type of effect. Okay. Just order it a little bit. So you would be doing like this, right? And doing these type of motions and leaving strip marks. That actually, you know what? I have a shield here. I could be doing. So you would have to do it like this, okay? Going like this, and now we have one color, and we can do it like this. Increase the shadow and dragging. Like, notice how I'm lifting the brush at the middle, so I'm building the highlight, right? Look, I'm building the area that I want, and as I'm dragging on the middle, the color intensifies on that zone. So if I'm going to like use this color, which was the one that we were using for the shadow, even though it isn't quite the shadow, but if I thin it down to a glaze, and a glaze normally no, sorry, which one was it? Oh, it's one color and two water or thinner. And normally I tend to go a little bit on the 3-2-1, normally because it's more thinned, so I have more control. But if you remove a little bit of the color, you'll see that if I drag it away, I will build the shadow right there, and it's creating as soon as it dries, you will see it will create the blend that we wanted. It's fucking insane. Like, it's such a good and simple method. Because with the strips, it's easier for you to blend in. And look, it's creating, like, you have the middle tone on the sides, you have the shadow here, and then you have the brighter. And what I do a second swoop with the glaze of the highlight, and I do the inverse. Drag it towards the light, move the excess. Not too much. You will see that it will start to blend. Yeah. Look, it's already blending. It takes a little bit more time, but at the same time, it's way smoother. And I don't know why they don't say the details exactly how they are. Like, I know a lot of things, it's like intuitive, but this type of shit, at least for me, it's not that intuitive. And it's not. For example, for someone that started like 8 months ago painting figures and minis and whatever, like, insane, bro. I normally struggle a lot with this type of shit. And as soon as I've discovered this, look, I even did a copper one, And this is why I was saying I was following a tutorial on this one, and I decided to do the radius like he was doing, but with a slight twist. I tried to do that here, but I fucked up the position on the lighting, but I'm going to restart that. But as you can see, as soon as I discovered that, my non-metallic metal just went off the charts. Like, let me see if I have. Let me grab here. Okay, so I don't know uh, if you're aware, but there was a competition a while back that I tried to get on, and I did this one. I did Trajan Valoris. Unfortunately, I broke one of the lighting molds, but yeah, this is one of the pieces that I used to enter on the competition. Um, I know it's really rough because I think I had only 6 months of. I think I actually progressed really good afterwards, but if you look closely, you will see that I have really harsh lines because I was trying to do what they normally teach you, which is put the brown, then put the yellow, and try to um, hide it with other small layers. But the thing is, these figures are so tiny that just can't do straight um, stripes, but with normal base color type solutions, right? You have to glaze them, and they never said that. They never said that type of shit. This is why I have like some look. I have really harsh lines. Some in some areas I managed to do like a glaze, like in this part, but then the white one is really harsh. For example, here I haven't managed to do the non-metallic gold as well. The leg is okay. I think the leg and the arms it's the best way, but here really harsh. The non-metallic metal on the silver is really harsh as well. So I kind of fucked up a lot of areas without having to do that. And if I've known how to glaze properly, and that for the non-metallic metal you should glaze, well, that would have saved me like a lot of time. Yeah, but I'm still proud of it. It was my first competition miniature, so still proud of it, how it turned out, even though I broke it. But I think in the future I might tear it down and yeah. I know that just doing it, you usually learn the little tricks, but it kind of gets frustrating because you're trying to mimic what they're trying to do, but they don't give you those small details. But those small details are all the keys that you need to actually perform the tutorials. And yeah, that's one of the things that I'm trying to aim uh, a little bit later on the year to provide to you guys PDFs and stuff through my Patreon or whatnot. Still deciding what I'm gonna do, but um, because these tiny details make all the difference. And believe me, I had a huge jump on my painting skill as soon as I found out these little tricks. Like, one thing that they normally don't tell you is how to correct some imperfections, for example. And that's something that at least me, I kind of struggle a little bit. For example, I did fuck up this piece because I was trying to do the airbrush on the shadows with the gray, and it clogged, and it's fucked up piece. Because as soon as it clogged, it made like a, a burst of paint, and it spread all over. Because I was doing a lot of pressure, because it clogged on the moment, and I did a little bit more, and as soon as it unclogged, it just threw paint all over. And normally people don't tell you how do you actually can fix a miniature like this. People just try to tell you, oh, you know what, just paint it black and start over. And I don't know, it might be a good idea in some cases, well, when they are too extreme. But for example, on my case, which is I'm not gonna say it's a simple one because it's not, but you can actually save it, but it takes time. It takes a little bit of patience. And one of the ways is just thinning the paint, then it will enable you to do the stippling. Like stippling is another thing that it's really, really good. Not just to save the miniature, but also as a paint style. For example, I was painting this one the other day. I was following the El Miniaturista tutorials, and look, this paint, as you can see, I have some little stipples. Like you see the tiny dots, right, around the shadows, and even to create texture. Look, if you do like a lot of layers with different colors, increasing between them, increasing like increasing the light of those ones, you will actually be surprised on how well it goes. Even the boots, and even the bags. Look at the bags. I have a lot of texture with stippling and stripling. It's stripling, not stripping, stripling. I think that's the name of the technique. But yeah, like that you can create textures and stuff, which actually enables you to not only hide other stuff, but at the same time blend it. I never blend because I never blended on here because I was following the tutorial. So it, I'm on the opinion that when you're trying to do a tutorial, you should keep um, as faithful as possible to the tutorial. So if the painter is doing like a technique and he's doing like that and he doesn't blend, for example, on this case on the shoulder pads, because I could have blended, you know, I could have done a glaze, put it out, but the painter, I mean, Triste itself, he didn't blend, he didn't glaze all over, he just stippled to create like the notion of shadow. And if you just slightly get away from the miniature, for example, if I just put it like this, it will create the vision effect on your eye that it's actually metal. So as soon as you back away, it will give you like the notion that it's fading. It's a fucking simple method, but so valuable, bro. Like, do you see the dots here on the on the helmet? As they are disappearing, they will create you the notion on your eye and mistake your eye as if it was fading the light. So that's actually a pretty cool way of doing the. I think I glazed here somewhere. Oh, it was on the metal parts of the weapon, but I didn't glaze it. I did some smaller stippling, not so harsh ones, but yeah. This is a really cool tip and really cool stuff that I want to bring you guys. And somehow my mini just unglued. I give him a bump. how long it takes me to finish? Well, I'm going to be honest with you. It kind of depends on how well I want it to be painted. What I mean by this is the following. So, if I wanted it to be like a tabletop mini just to play, it will be like a couple of hours. For example, this one. This actually didn't take me too much. Maybe 4 to 8 hours, maybe. Because as you can see, it's just a blue paint with the airbrush, just doing some lines around it with the side of the brush, just to creating the edge. And then I did some stripling here just to give it a little bit of a texture, and that was it. Oh, some brush, not brush, sorry, the sponge here and there on the shoulder pads, and gold, and that was it. So if I want to do something like this, it'll be fairly easy. But if I want to do something like that, like I did on the Krieg soldier, it will take me much. Because the thing is, this type of stippling is actually like, I'm not gonna lie to you, but I think I have 4 layers of colors. And you can actually see them as you go around. You'll see that inside the leg, there's a more darkened color, and then you have a more darkened gray, and then you have the blue, that it's a little bit a mixture of blue and gray, and then you have the other blue, and then you have the highlight. But I think it's 5, actually. It's glued by a thread. I want it to fall on the. But so actually, it takes me a lot of time. I think I've spent like 40 hours, maybe 48 hours or a little bit more. So maybe 2 to 3 days of work, at least for this one, following a tutorial. And I wasn't too extremist on it, so I wasn't too perfectionist, I mean, but it takes you a while. And I've seen guys that normally, and people don't tell you this, but when it's a miniature for competition, bro, they take like 3 times or even 4 times the time on it, because they want it to be like perfect, right? So they will like take so much time. For example, on this sword, only without the handle, because the handle is not finished. Yeah, I don't have the gold there, but just the sword itself, as soon as I understood the glazing process, I took 45 minutes to do the sword like this. Even fixing mistakes, with the fixing of the mistakes. This was one of the tryouts that I did on the back. So yeah, those, and I don't know if you've noticed, but things are getting crazy, bro, on the Golden Deal. Like, there's so much and so much good paintings, like, and there's even more and more people coming to the competitions, that it's actually getting crazy. But yeah, so people are, I think one of the gold ones, and I think it was for the single miniature. One of the gold ones, I think he took 3 months in hours along 1 year. So in 1 year, it did the amount in hours equivalent to 3 months of work. Like 24/7. If you would work 24/7, it would take him 3 months to finish that piece. It's fucking insane. So yeah, I'm not like recording, at least at the moment, the amount of time. I have a notion, but I will be doing that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. He won the gold um the gold position for the single. Yeah, fucking insane. And I know that the guy that won the golden demon itself, the sword, the guy that was holding the sword at the end, he actually was painting. I think he flew there because he's Spanish, and he flew to the US. And I think his friends were all gathering on the Golden Demon, hanging out with everyone. He was at the hotel painting and finishing the painting on his miniature so he could deliver. So he delivered the miniature right at the last minute. So he was really close of not entering, and he won. So yeah, they are taking ages, and I know a lot of guys that have been painting for like 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. And yeah, I think one of the guys that won the a diorama gold position, I think he took 3 years to do one fucking huge troll. It was like this size. It was enormous. So I don't I know you haven't, you're just watching my streams now, but I bought recently this too because I wanna try some paintings on them. I also have the Lionel Johnson also, which is a really cool piece. And I want to try a really nice tutorial that I have. And one that I want to try with OSL, it's this guy, the commander on the Creech, with the arm, with the metal arm, like this. Because you can use like those crazy effects with the airbrush, where you spray a color on top of a white area and it will create the effect like it was being illuminated. So yeah, I want to try that. And these two, I think I will be using them for a competition, but I'm not sure. Cause today, I don't know if you noticed, it came out what was the name of it? Soul Blight. Yeah, the Soul Blight army came out on the spearheads. Spearheads? Yeah, it is on the spearheads for the Age of Sigmar. And there is the new miniature. If I can show you guys the iPad. When was it? I'm trying to remember, but I think it was the night one. And I'm going to be painting that one because I have some really good references. All pre-orders. One was, oh, it's this guy on okay, it's this one, the Vampire Lord on Nightmare Steed. It's so fucking cool. Like, this piece is just insane. Look at this, freaking amazing. Like, this piece, it's going to be one of those that I'm going to aim to enter a Golden Demon in the future, if I can, if everything goes well. If I have ever painted a 3D printed, yeah, I do have some. Do you want to see them? Actually, I have some. Oh, I can show you one that I'm doing for a commission. A friend of mine this for him, but and I'm at the middle or almost at the beginning. Not gonna lie to you, at the beginning. And this is a really huge piece. It's like, I think it's 30 centimeters height, 30 to 32, something like that. And it's Berserk from the anime. Berserk. And this is a monster near the head, near the base. I can even show you the base. Give me 1 second, because I have it here. It's not painted yet, because I haven't had the time to paint it. But this is the base. Look at this. It's fucking huge. It's even bigger than the wet palette. But yeah, the head would fit right here, and the figure, the berserk, will be here on this side, and then you'll have like the beast laying down here. But yeah, this is one of the pieces that I've been painting on stream, and I'm practicing the non-metallic because I'm going to be doing the armor of the berserker. Give me just 1 second so I can put the head of the figure there and the base here, so nothing gets torn apart. So you were asking me if I have been painting other 3D printed. In terms of minis, I have. I have been painting this one, and I think with the airbrush I did a really good job on the transitions from skin. At least I like it. Yeah, at least I really like it how it ended up. And this one also. This one is in green. Yeah, it's a really nice hue. Totally agree with you. And I'm doing like this guy. I'm doing this guy, which goes on top of here. And I think the whitish, bluish tone will be good on the red, on top of the red. But it's not finished, of course. But yeah, it's taking me a little bit of time because I want to go, slow. I don't want to speed up stuff. In terms of other stuff that I have 3D, let me show you. So I have this one, which is a bust of a figure of El Miniaturista also. I have this one, this Creech soldier, which is actually looking good, but I have to prep it because it still has the perfections from the supports and everything. Really looking good. I have some others that are already I have a shit ton of shit, but I have this ones which already. Oh, sanding is your favorite part? Oh fuck, I hope you lived next to me. Like that I could give you all my figures for you to sand. I don't like sanding very much, but it's fun though. I cannot say it's bad, but it takes a little bit of time. Sometimes it bugs me out. This is another piece. Yeah, you have to do it. That's a fact. This is another piece that I'm trying to do at the moment. The purpose is to do Ulrich the Slayer here on top of it, and like a Tyrannid. A Nid fell down after a battle or something with him, maybe. That's the type of story that I want to tell, but yeah, this is looking good. Also, what show you? Oh, right, you wanted to see the painted stuff that I had 3D printed. Let me grab my smog here. So my mother actually asked me to do she actually likes the Lord of the Rings so much that she asked me to do the dragon, the smog. So I even did the eyes and everything. But yeah, this one also came out good, but it's simple. It's not that big of a deal. It's just a simple airbrush painting and layering. Just simple. Another thing that I 3D printed, I have this bust on Kate 66. What was the name of the game? Oh, Destiny 2. It's a character from the game. Another figure that I can show you. Well, most of the figures that I've painted, I've already delivered to the person. But I have this one that I printed for myself, which is Venom. When in one of the multiverses, he actually joins with Spider-Man after Eddie dies. So yeah, this was the final touch. So you have the grave of Eddie Brock, and then you have the Spider-Man joining forces with Venom. You have the veins and everything. So I did a little dry brush, I mean, on the veins. And I have another one, which is my favorite. That is Spider-Man Miles Morales. Grab it out. Oh shit. A little fragile. It's this one. And so if I put it on the side, maybe you can see it. Cool. But yeah, it's like there is an explosion and he's jumping on some rocks. I even did the rust on it. And you have it him just posing like a badass. Yeah. It was a little bit of a pain in the ass doing this part on the mask because I was fucking dumb. So I started painting the gray tone, and then I wanted to paint the red, right? And then I was like, "Fuck, how am I gonna do the tiny strips?" And then it came to me like, I'm being dumb as fuck. Like I can just do the red part first, and then paint the other areas with the gray. That's what I did later. But yeah, only after spending much time that I want I normally would. But yeah, I even did a slider black tone. Yeah, and those are the kind of tips that I want to provide people. Because normally stuff have a stuff has a certain way of doing things, and you don't have to follow some rules, but there are some ways that you can actually like bypass stuff towards your goal. Then you not only get there faster, but at the same time you get a better result. But at the moment, I think this is all that I have in terms of 3D printing stuff. Oh, you know what? If you ever decide to join a competition, I don't know the rules about plinth, and if you don't know what the plinth is, it's that little wood stuff that they put the the minis on top of it just to make it look like a bust or something. You can actually 3D print it. This is 3D printed. You can even see the layers. Okay? Yeah, you can even see the layers on it. Look. I found a guy on my mini factory. So I have a Bambu Lab E1S for filament printing, and I have for the resin print Oligo Saturn 3 Ultra. Those are my go-to printers at the moment. I'm still trying to decide if I'm going to buy a new printer for the resin part, which is the what I want most. But yeah, and what I'm going to use, it's this resin. I'm still not using it because I was using a water washable one from Elegoo, but water washable they are really fragile, really brittle. They break really easily. And it's a pain in the ass because it leaves a shit ton of imperfections from the supports, more than it should. Like for example, I've been using some profiles from a guy of Lychee. Lychee is the slicer software I use for the 3D printers, and I'm using his profiles on the supports. The resin that he's using is this one, the Soraya Tech, and I don't get the same results. Even using almost the same printer, since I'm using the water washable, leaves more marks when you break the supports or when you cut them. It's so brittle that it actually leaves more holes than it should. But at the same time, you can't go softer on them. Yeah, the expensive stuff. Unfortunately, at the moment, you have to do that. You have to like, at least for me, right? If you want really good perfection prints, you have to at least go for the more expensive. But they are not that expensive. Because like if you're going to buy like a resin, 1 liter, it's literally like 26 euros or 28 euros, and the most expensive ones are like 34. So it's not that expensive. Believe me, it's not that expensive to have a good resin. Oh, this was another printed project that I did on the Bambu Lab. This one is all just filament. And as you can see, nowadays FDM is actually printing good. Yeah, it's actually printing on a really nice detail. The only downside that I find is it leaves the marks, like in some parts, it leaves like the tiny um it leaves the tiny layers. For example, if I'm going to paint here, you'll see that as soon as it dries a little bit, yeah, like that, you'll see the paint and the layers. But what I found is a guy likes to spray before like a primer that it's a really thick one, so it covers these small layers. Not all of them, but most of them. And if you want to have like something that it's not tabletop or something, but it's just for the, you know, for decoration or something, that's a really nice way to do it. And here I have my personal projects that I can show you. I've been going on and on. Sorry, I talk a lot. But this is something. So back in the day, I loved Warcraft. I still do, and I would love to have more time so I could play it. But unfortunately, I don't have. I like to paint, so. But what I did was I printed Sylvanas. I don't know if you know he is. This one is 36, I think, 36 centimeters. It's really fucking new, and it's so fucking beautiful. That ass. But yeah, um, like even the detail on the armor, yeah, it's really really good. Look at the detail on the armor, really good. But do you see? Look, the water washable. It's so brittle that as soon as I broke the support, it just leave a dent on it. I'm so fucking pissed. Oh, you want to know a tip? Another cool tip. Where is it? Oh, it's right here. Let me just put this down so I don't break it, because I'm a little bit clumsy and sometimes I tend to break stuff because I should have put them on the side and I didn't. Ended up fucking it. This is another one, just to show you real quick. This is another one that you might have seen also if you're on the 3D printing world. It still has the supports because I haven't had the time to work on it, but this is a cool one. And it has a shit ton of detail. Look at this. Is all textured. Even the laces of these ornaments and stuff, like, fucking insane. Even the skin is textured. So yeah, I have a lot of personal stuff, but I don't have much time and I'm still working on some commissions, so those will have to wait. What I was going to show you is another tip. So I'm not sponsored in any way. I'm a bit of a fanboy, okay? Just to warn you. And one of the brands that I've been really, really into it's AK. Mainly because AK really surprised me over Vallejo. So, you have Vallejo here and you have the AK here. The only problem for me on the Vallejo is inconsistency. Mainly, for example, you buy this one, right? The 72024. I guarantee you, bro, with 99 accuracy, that if you're going to buy this one, the thickness of the paint won't be the same. And it's fucking insane. Like, it won't. And it's really hard for you to find another bottle of the same type of color with exactly the same freaking dilution. Or solution, not dilution, solution. Because they are not that rigorous, their products. On the other side, AK, it's really, really on the spot. So I have been buying like a ton of paints, and I had to buy this white and another colors for the second and third time. And I guarantee you that AK, you can have like a shit ton of colors, and you will find in every single one of them always the same consistency. Like, you can grab a gray, you can grab a yellow, a red, everything is going to be on the same type of consistency. So your ratio solutions will always work the same. You just add the same amount of water, you just add the same amount of shit, and it will work right away. And on the Vallejo side, it won't work as well. Like, for example, and I can even show you this ones. So I was really into the Vallejo, and I bought this set. This is a really hard set for you to find. It's Fantasy Pro, and believe me, Yo, Eclipse, how are you, bro? Welcome, welcome to the stream, bro. So as I was saying, I bought this set, and every inch one of them, it's on a different consistency. How the fuck? Like, I think its base flesh is a little bit worry, but the fairy flesh was really thick. The reddish flesh as well. These two were on the middle ground, but not as close as one as the other. So it's something that really pisses me off because I like to have like everything on the same thing. But what had happened was I'm really happy with the AK stuff. Also, the AK in a lot of stuff, it's really cheaper than Vallejo. You can buy directly from them. They're fast as fuck to deliver, and they do a lot of promotions along the year. So yeah, I even bought the snow stuff from them. So I bought this, the micro balloons, and what's the name of this shit? It's, it's running away. And this snow, which I used on that base. So let me show you again. Which I used on this base here. And the results are insane, bro. Like, look at this. It looks like freaking snow, and it's even hard. It's hard. Look, it's not like fluffy, right? And hairy, man. So it really gives you the texture that it's actually snow, and that's fluffy, but it ain't. It ain't fluffy. But it's freaking good, and it works right off the bat. And I think I fell in love with their products with AK because of this, because they are really consistent, they're really good, and it's not that hard to use their stuff. Oh, and they have a shit ton of tutorials, which is awesome for you to use. So they release a product, for example, they released this deep shades. They have like 2 to 3 tutorials online from their YouTube channel, their main YouTube channel, and they have multiple painters. For example, José da Vinci, El Miniaturista, Sergio Calvo. I don't know. A lot of people use Zumikito, for example. They use AK, and AK use their help to provide tutorials on their shit. So it's amazing. So you have a shit ton of people using their products, and they're really good. Also, the brushes. I bought the brushes, and a lot of my friends are saying that these brushes, the ones from AK, which are this one, if you want to check them out, they are Klinsky. A friend of mine is saying that these are like a monster of brushes. They are not fucking uh, ex- like they are not fucking high on the price. You don't have to kill or sell a kidney to buy one of these. For example, like the Winsor and Newton, which have a brush which is size 6 that costs 128 euros, which is freaking insane. I know they are handmade, they have their value. Not saying they don't, but you have like the entire set, which is 4 brushes. It's a 03, 01, and 2, and they go for 50 euros. The 4 brushes, if I'm not mistaken. You have some cheapest ones that I can advise you, which is the ones that I'm using on the green stuff world. They do the trick. It's what I'm using while I'm learning stuff, and then I'll move myself to those more. But if it's something for you to practice, get the whole of it, I really advise you this ones. And I think they go for 8 euros the full set, the silver. the silver series, and you have 4 brushes, like a 1, a 2, a 0, and a 0, 0. These ones are the ones that I using normally. But let me read what you guys are saying. I bought the new set from Army Painter arrived behind. Well, Army Painter has been improving a lot. No, they had like their ups and downs. I've never tried them. I wish I can gather up some money in the future so I can buy them to try them out. Another paints that I've been eyeing are Monument Hobbies. Are fucking, and I think it's Ionic. Yeah, I know Ionic. It's now known across the community as the best paints ever in terms of consistency, duration, dilution, pigment wise. But yeah. Yeah, a lot of people swear by the Procryl. And what I've seen from tutorials from them on their YouTube, they are really, really good. Like when you dilute the paint, you actually see transparency, but you don't lose the pigment side. Actually really good. Yeah, Eclipse. Thank you for the the base is really sick. Yeah, it's one of the things that I'm going to be using for another competition. Oh, you're putting the last 4 dudes together from the combat patrol box. Nice. I'm thinking of buying the. Which one was it? Fuck. I've been thinking a lot of what you said when you asked me when I was what type of army would I buy and everything. I have been thinking about it, and I'm guiding myself more towards the one was it? Astra Militarium. That's the name. Or Blade Angels Combat Patrol. Was thinking about it. One of those two. Or Tau. One of those 3. Because Tau, they're really good. But oh, and one thing, I bought the spearheads. Did you saw the spearheads that were released? Like it's this. So I bought this guy, right? And oh, it's on the maximum side. So I bought this guy, the Vampire Lord or of Nightmare Steed, and I bought the Soulblight Spearhead. Where is it? It's this one. The Grave Lords. Yeah, it's this one. They're really insane. Have like but yeah, you have a shit ton of soldiers and have this type of bat humanoid that I don't know the name of. And you have a shit ton of skeletons, which is awesome. I really like the skeleton warriors, and they have the banners and everything, like this ones. You even have the banners and the shields, and you can do like a shit with those. So yeah, I went crazy and I bought them. So I'm going to have like a whole army. It's off Age of Sigmar, but yeah. Oh, digitally, what I was going to teach you, it's a nice tip that I forgot. You remember the holes that I had on my resin 3D printed figures? So one thing that I bought from AK that is fucking the best shit, and I think almost everyone is using it, but they're not showing it. I don't know why, because I've seen some behind the scenes making of the videos, and I have been catching on a glimpse on some videos that they have these boxes on the side. This is professional modeling putty for everything. But it has a catch. While the putty, the normal one that normally we use, it's hard. It's like a pasty type. Show you how this goes. This one has a side note. It's like on the pasty side. Just remove this dried piece that was on the cap, because I'm a lazy guy and I forgot to clean this shit. But as you can, oh, actually I have on the lid. As you can see, it's creamy, right? Here's the catch. If you mix a little bit with water, it actually gets more smooth. Look at that. It gets more smooth, right? So what this means, you can actually add more water or add more putty, create the density you want, and when it dries out, it stays like this. So you can actually like fill some holes depending on the fucking density of the putty of this shit. It's a fucking insane tip that everyone is using and no one is saying. I don't know why, but this on the preparation on the models, like, look, let me show you. I did some Squig Hog Boys, and it's fucking clean. Like the miniature doesn't have a single imperfection from the molds, the unions of the pieces and everything. It doesn't have a single thread of look at this. Like you can see, you can't actually see, but for example, this piece, even the tail, it's, oh look, you can see like a tiny imperfection here with focus on the tail. Yeah, like that. You can actually see there's a tiny line right in the middle, right? I smooth it out with this shit. At least, yeah, I actually didn't smooth it out as I should have, because otherwise this line would not be showing. But if you go away, you can't actually see it. And I've done it all around. And look, the result, it's really smooth. Because it hides, and you can even sand it, because when, so the difference between the two, just so you know, it's actually on the name. Where, so this one is standard, this one is hard, this one is smooth and it's soft when it's not like soft, but it hardens and it's easier to sand down. This one becomes really hard, almost like stone. Not stone, but like cement. I mean, not cement. Let me think of something. Oh, do you know clay? Like it stays like clay. So it's hard, but you can really smooth it out with sanding. So depending on what you want to do, so it's, if it's a zone that it's actually fragile and you want to give it much sturdiness, you can actually use this one, and then you can sand it down. I didn't spend too much time sanding because you have some imperfections here and there, but they will be masked when I add the paint. But as you can see, like the figure, it's almost fucking perfect. Like even the arms, you can actually see here a line with this type of reflection. but here you can't see. And even the head is small, tiny. Yeah, it looks really good. You can smooth things out. Like for example, the leg has a tiny line that I've managed to smooth it out. And you can play with the densities that you want on each one. You just have to add a little bit more water or a little bit more water or more paste, depending on the density that you want to work with. Another one that I did, this one isn't that better. That one I went a little bit, I spent a little bit more time, but this one you actually can see the line, because this one I didn't spend too much time, and I should have. For example, here on the head is actually good, but right here it's not. You can actually notice the line. But yeah, besides that, it's actually really good. You can hide a lot of imperfections. Just be sure to sand it out, because and I even used on the Creed shoulder that I've done. For example, on this one that I have here prepped, even have on the armpit here. Put it some of that, and even here on the sides also, or no, actually on the sides I haven't done it. I don't know where I done it more. Oh, it was right here. Look, this side, it actually has some of that just to hide the harsh line. But yeah, I know what you're saying. The resin drops, it works, but it's not, well, it's not ideal, right? You can't control really the flow or how the resin goes. I have these small bottles. If you want, this is a nice tip. I bought these bottles on where was it? Fuck, on AliExpress. You have on Temu also. Okay, now actually this dried out, or maybe well, I had this next to light, so maybe it dried out. I think it dried it out. But this is actually some good bottles that you can use to just drop some tiny resin, and then you can just use the light. I have this small lamp, which is of a blue light. Not blue light, the one for the curing, UV light. Mine's is sour, a little bit tired. And yeah, I think that was it. Oh, Eclipse, you didn't notice because you weren't here, but just to show you what I've been doing, look at this fucking sword, bro. I found the solution for the non-metallic metal. Look at this, it's fucking insane. Yeah, and I even did the brass shield also. Really good. The secret? Glazing. Just glaze. Instead of doing harsh layers, just glaze it on the direction that you want of the light. Simple as that. Let me just read what you said. Well, the Age of Sigmar stuff is to me so much cooler than 40k, but I only know people who play 40k, so that's why I started a year or so now. Knows. Well, I totally agree with you, because Age of Sigmar came later than 40k, right? At least most of them. So, from what I know, the Age of Sigmar, they have the new casts for the figures, and they have the new models, which they have not only more detail, but they have more bits around the figures, more crazy stuff, and it's fucking insane. Like, I don't have here to compare it, but for example, even Mephiston, it has a shit ton of detail, right? But the ones from Age of Sigmar are like insane, bro. Insane. The level of detail of those figures, it's like off the charts. And only the newer models have that type of detail. Oh, digitally. This is how it came out when it's almost dry. Look. It's so thin, but it can actually increase the thickness, right? So it will be a little bit more thick. But yeah. What's the fuck? What the fuck is this music? I've been listening. Oh, playlist. I had a playlist of only fuck it is. It was on mental. Oh, it's this one. It's this one. So I kind of went off the rails. Oh, actually, Eclipse. I forgot. Staying off topic again, but I bought the Mephiston that I've just showed you, and I even bought the Lieutenant Titus. I don't think I have shown you, but yeah, I found on the Games Workshop store near me, and yeah, I'm even considering because I have some nids. I have some nids here that I have painted to try out some stuff, and I'm even considering using these nids. So cutting them down, stripping them down of this paint, doing another just a clean job, and I'm thinking of doing a diorama and mimicking some parts of the game. I think that would be actually awesome. But who knows? I'll think of it in the future when it all goes down. Because I think it's on this shelf. No, it's not. It's on this shelf? Yeah, it's on this shelf. Because I have like this nids that I don't know the name of, which are on the box and they happen to appear on the. I think they appear on the game. Now that I think about it, I don't remember. But yeah, these ones are this ones. So yeah. So going back to the Yazida stuff, I need to try it out and smooth things here. Nah. Please, I like to show you guys stuff, and I like to derail myself from stuff. Don't worry. Because if we singe only to what we are trying to do, be boring, right? So I think these streams are, at least for me, I like to do this type of stream where I have an objective, but I can sidetrack away. Oh, I just looked to something. If you're thinking of buying cool stuff, at least from AK, found one. I, I can't actually tell you who because I lost the video, so I had to go by mind. But what I did was the following. Digitally, you like tips? Here's another one. Buy White Spirit from AK. Okay, you can buy from other brands. You don't have to buy from it. But buy White Spirit because it's a solution for enamel paint, so oil paint, basically. And you can buy oil paint, which I've done. Can't open this box. Got there in the car, so here it is. So I bought this one because it's an oil paint, and I did a solution, right? Look at this shit. Fuck! Going everywhere. Forgot about this part. But yeah. Look. It's Numoil. So basically, I did the same shit. Look. As the one from Games Workshop. Look at that shit. It's Numoil. It fits right on the crevasses and everything. Look at that. It has a crazy smell. It's not that crazy, but it has a different smell. And Numoil doesn't have any smell, but this is normal because of the enamel. So it's the smell of the White Spirit stuff. But yeah. So I haven't memorized the ratio, but I think I did like. I think I've done like this. So this is a pasty paint, right? It's pasty. It's pasty, right? So what I did was, I think I've put inside the bottle like this big, this chunk of paint, and the rest of White Spirit, and that was it. That was my ratio. And it's fucking crazy. I don't know. I should have not used. Why did I use this brush? Be mindful that you can't use normal brushes because it dries the hairs. And I've done. I've used the Kolinsky one, so I just fucked it up right there. But yeah. Just move this bottle here. So I'm always going to be transparent with you guys. Always. Even though I am a fanboy, I have to tell you one thing, even if you are considering AK. Digitally, because of one thing. And this doesn't happen on every bottle, okay? But I found 1 or 2 to 3 bottles that has this problem that I'm going. I don't know how the fuck this happens. I don't know why this happened. It might have been faulty product, I guess. But look, the tip of the bottle, so you know, this thing goes right there. So the tip of the bottle actually breaks. Look. And I don't know how. I'm kind of like wondering if it's not me because it has like a small ball at the end where this fits, so it closes. I don't know if it's because I have forced the closing, you know, and because I did too much force, it actually opened up the thing. I'm still trying to understand. What I've done is I have been closing not so tightly the bottles, because this is happening, and it's something that I'm going to show AK in the future. I'm just trying to get the notion of what the fuck is happening. And the problem is, as soon as this breaks, because you did a little bit more force than what you're supposed to do, but hey, you're just closing it, right? You want to close it on a not on a strong grip, but like, for example, if I close it slowly like this, it closed, but normally I just give it another shake just to have that tight grip, right? But unfortunately, some of them just broke, and I think it happened to 2 to 3 mostly, but I think that's the reason. But I'm gathering the proof to email AK, so hopefully they can fix this issue. This has never happened to me on the Vallejo, but Vallejo has a different, for example. Oh, actually, this one is the same. Fuck. But I had the notion that it's right. So this one looks like an egg-shaped tip, while they have some of them, for example, for the surface primers, which is this almost the same type of tip, but the lid is different. The lid is different from the Vallejo, because Vallejo, when you and I have all my paints upside down because I don't want the paint to dry on the tip. But Vallejo doesn't close, the tip doesn't close that well. As you can see, it had leaked paint to the cap when it was upside down, because it's not fully touching the tip. While this one is touching the tip too much, because as soon as you make a little bit more strength, it will fuck up and then will start leaking. So I have bought, just in case, a couple of tips, bottles that I have here on the side, just for, you know, I like to do my own mixtures, and as soon as I'm working with, yeah, I think it's the cap. Maybe the cap has some type of imperfection that actually fucks up. I don't know. Let's clean this shit. Oh, digitally. I never shown you this. Fuck. How can I show you this? But yeah, you have your own. You can do your own Numoil. It's almost the same, I guarantee you. The only thing is the smell is the only thing that you have to worry about. And don't use this shit on Kolinsky brushes like I've done. Use on cheaper ones, like synthetic ones. Let me just show you one thing real quick that I have, which is insane. Okay, so this is my system to remove water. Fuck, this went upside down. Okay, my phone is fucking with me. Like, bro, can you stop? Okay. So, what I did was, I have a 20 liter, a 20 gallon ice. So I have a 20 gallon my phone is tripping me, bro. What the fuck? Let me do it like this. Like this, I can hold it. So I have this, and this way I can clean it with it. I've put a tube here, and I can I don't know what the fuck is going on. Why is it flipping? Like, why the fuck? This is my phone. Portrait. Like this. So now it won't flip. Nice. So, like I was saying, have this shit. So I've put a 20-liter jerry can there. I've put some tubes, and I've put a funnel of 26 centimeters, I think, wide. And like this, you can just clean it out really smooth. So, for example, you just can have a spray bottle, and you can just clean your shit right there on the spot. And later you can dump the water somewhere, right? And since this is all acrylic and everything, can go down the drain. It doesn't hurt the environment and everything. So yeah, this is a cool tip. Yeah, glad I didn't phrase it last time. Yeah, because the last time, usually you wouldn't hear. I said to Eclipse, "Look, Eclipse, I found a solution so I don't have to exit my room to go to the bathroom." And it went down the rail. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I didn't phrase it well. Yeah, and like this, you can spray, clean it, go down the side, and spray it. You can clean that stuff, your airbrush and everything, right on the spot. You can reduce the tube actually, but the thing is, I have my painting booth there. I have here a box where I keep all my figures, and this box is air sealed, so dust doesn't go inside. So when I finish prepping my figures there and priming, I put them inside, so they don't get, tiny hairs and stuff on it and dust. And when I'm painting here, like, this tube helps me out changing ways, so I can be painting here and then spraying like that and cleaning while I'm standing up. It's actually a really cool solution, actually. um and yeah, if I can actually do this, let's stay up. Oh, now you won't change? Fuck, mom. It won't invert. Okay, now I got it. So yeah, that's a nice solution. Yeah, those little hairs. Oh, and one thing. If someone advises you to use cotton pads to clean up miniatures, please don't. You know those cotton pads that normally women use to remove the makeup? They leave nasty hairs. Look at that shit. And it's kind of a dust. Look, it's even on my finger already. And it's tiny, tiny as fuck. And as soon as I do this, look, you even see on the camera, there's a lot of shit, some particles or whatever, that start flying around, and it's a mess. So please don't buy them. Please don't buy them. Use these ones instead. I'm trying to finish those ones, and I like to use them to clean up the brush or removing paint from the bottle caps. I do that, but besides that, please don't use them because they leave hairs everywhere, goes everywhere, literally, and it will fuck up your paint. And one thing that I found, I think it was on Reddit, It was a guy that actually advised me, hey, if you have so many hairs and everything on your room, just do a containing box. And I thought to myself, well, that's a really actually advice. So I went ahead and I did that. I did a containing box. I don't know if that's the appropriate name, but here's like a box to have the painting stuff, so hairs and everything don't get in, and dust. As a nasty smell. It almost smells like not the name of it. I don't know if this arc for you. Closer. You have 3 cats? I have 2, by the way. Oh, it's actually thinner? What? No fucking way. Never thought that thinner was the name of a product that I normally use. So you know the thinner that some people use on the cars that have like that strong smell? So apparently the smell, it's because of the amount of it, so it's not diluted, but that's the type of smell that this MML or whatever the white spirit stuff has. It's almost the type of smell that white spirit has. Because normally the thinners, this type of thinners, the acrylic ones don't have the same smell as the ones for oil and everything. Uh, the other stuff that I was going to show you digitally is this shit. So you don't need to use this ones. This is iron paint, so it's a metallic paint to mimic iron, and this is a metallic paint to mimic bronze. You have others, for example, you have the liquids from Vallejo, which are this one that I've used a lot. As you can see, even the bottle's all messed up. Please have care with them because this one's, like you can see on the warnings, they are flammable. So these ones contain alcohol and they fuck up all your brushes. So use synthetic ones. But onto the subject, you can buy shit from Make. It's oxidizing agent. This shit actually is you dip it just a small amount above the metal color, and it will give you the corrosion effect. So you know that type of corrosion where it gets how do you say it? Where it gets greenish, you know, and bluish. That's the type of. That's actually the type of effect that this shit gives you. This oxidizing agent, and it's really nice because you don't have to be painting. You just need to dip it above it, and it just creates that effect. So it's actually really good. I really like it. Fuck. I removed this from the fucking shelf. Now the shelf cooperate with me. Oh, if you want some synthetic ones that are actually good, you have ones from, I don't remember. I don't think they even have a name. What was it? Okay, never mind. I don't know where they are. But you have some from AK, which is actually really cheap. I think they are €1 or something. And these ones are really good. The ABT 830. They're really good. I have a shit ton of them. And they have really cool tips. They go really well. They don't get that damage as normally the cheap ones get, and they're really cool. It's the AKB 020 and the 8BT 830. This is the ones that I've been using for a while, and they're really, really good. But yeah, as you can see, I normally don't hide. I don't hide stuff. Even if someday I get paid by some brands, I'm always going to warn them. Hey, I'm going to be truthful to everyone because I don't like to lie. I always like to be faithful to stuff, and yeah, point them out. Let me show you, because I think I have a. Oh, just give me 1 second. Down here, because I have the boxes below my desk. Because normally I like to keep the boxes for everything. I don't know. I'm a bit of a stupid guy. Because I like, for example, if I for some reason I can't find the order, or I can't enter my account for some reason, and I don't want to recover the password and whatever, I just go and grab the box. Oh, here's the box for you to take notes. So it's the AKB 101. Yeah, but it's cool to keep the boxes, right? Just to have it on the shelf and you can watch them. Oh, look what I've bought. But yeah, you have the AKB 010 and the AKB 102. So this one has a shit ton of them, like these 5 ones. I really like these 2. The other 3 I haven't used them, but one thing, this longer one, I'm fucked. Look at this. I can even wear it down. Well, if I wear it down, you can actually see that there's a bristle there. Actually, you can't because it's not zoomed. Sorry. And you can actually see that there's a bristle there, that it's fucked. But besides that, I can always grab it and tear it up, move it so it doesn't fuck up the rest. But yeah, besides this, the brush is good, but it tends to split a lot. But the other one, oh, the other one is so good. Like this one, it's fucking amazing. This is the best weathering brush there is. This is a really good one. And it has nice tips as well. Why I was dragging up. What's that side? Camera, just focus going on. Come on, camera, please cooperate. Thank you. So, as I was saying, you have here this one, and this one is good because you can, like, let me just grab a little bit. Let's say I did this on, oh look, another cat hair there. As you were saying, clips. I also have cats. So let's say I have like some paint here, and let's say I do like some tiny drops, right? Look what I can do with this. I can you can just moist the brush and you can do this. Look, I water it down too much, right? But you can do like those crazy strips of like corrosion on metal and everything. Like, look, it's so fucking crazy, bro. Really nice brush, weathering brush, just to create those type of effects of weathering effects where you have the water that run down the metal, you know, and it does those metal corrosion effects. Yeah, this is the brush to do it. The other two, I haven't done it. You've never seen this one? Nice. Well, I'm glad I'm the first one to show you. But yeah, normally people use this to do the corrosion effects on like those vehicles on Warhammer or metal plates and everything. When you have, for example, do you see those metal uh, these metal thingies that I don't know the name, bolts here on the shield? Imagine that this was a tank. I would put like some tiny drops there, and then I would do this, and it would create like those running down effects. Really cool, really cool brush. And it's synthetic and it's cheap as fuck. And then I bought these three, which for some unknown reason I have one of them that I haven't been using. I don't know why, but it's these three. Oh, I know why. It's size 2. So, the only thing that I don't like that much on these brushes, it's because they're really thin. Like, look at the size of the brush. This one is really bulky. This one is really thin. It's the only thing that I don't enjoy as much, but I don't make a deal out of it. Because even regarding the ones from AK that I've advised you digitally, look at the thickness of one brush to the other. Even this one is a little bit thicker. So these ones are more comfortable to use. This one is too thin. But otherwise, really good brushes. Really good brushes. Nothing to say otherwise. They do the job, really cheap, and they come in a bundle, which is awesome. Also awesome. And they have good designs. AK really has good designs. I think I even bought. Oh, look! If you guys are looking for some dry brushing brushes, please don't buy the ones from Green Stuff World. And I'm going to show you guys why. The box is done. Now I have 30 minutes to paint. Fuck! 30 minutes? Whoosh! Are you going to spend a lot of time or just painting to tabletop material? So here's what I'm going to show you guys. So prepare yourselves, right? These are the dry brushes from Green Stuff World, right? And as you can see, especially this one, I have been using a lot, and they suck. Why? Because the bristles get fucking everywhere in just 1 or 2 usage, and you can see that they are like stiff as fuck. Look, they're really stiff. And they're expensive as fuck. I don't know why, but they are expensive. Like, I bought these 3 and they are freaking expensive. They're not worth the money. I bought this one from AK. Again, I'm not paid by AK. I don't have any partnership or whatever. I just like their products and I'm useful to what I like. And this one, look at this shit. Smooth as fuck. Look, and even has like the round shape, even though it has some bristles that are separating, but they don't separate as much as this one. Look, this is fucking chaos. And comparing the two of them, mainly because this one has the hairs up down here mostly. They are not that far apart from the ferrule, right? Yeah, I have tried the green stuff world, Nixon. Welcome to the stream. uh, oh, you use makeup brushes? I have some, but I don't like them. But mainly because of the shapes. I have some here that I bought, but mainly because of the shapes, I don't like to use them. But yeah, I have been using the green stuff world, and I don't like them. They're really stiff. Yeah, I heard that. That's why I bought these ones, because I was thinking that the new ones were actually the same as the old ones. But the new ones, this ones, eh, they're kind of meh. I don't know. They just don't. They're really stiff. No, they're really stiff and not natural. Well, I think this one is synthetic also. Or is it natural? I don't know, but I think it's synthetic. And at the beginning, they are really smooth, but like on the first to second usage, they just become stiff as fuck. And the bristles go everywhere, as you can see on all of them, especially this one. Uh, Look, they even break. I had a lot of them that broke, bro. Like mid painting. For example, I was doing just this on my hand, and I have a dry palette. Oh, actually, digitally, do you know you can buy I don't know the name of the guy, but I can look up later. You can print dry brush palettes. They're not too thick. You don't spend too much money on the printing, and you can use them to dry brushing. Really good. Uh, Game Envy. I know that name because I do know that name. Oh, right. The brand, right? Yeah, I know. Oh, they have dry brush also. I didn't know that. I thought they had like normal brushes, not dry brushes. Oh, for you, it's the best brushes. Oh, well, I have this on the side. I'll be looking at. I really like them. I really like. Well, at least I tried the ones from AK, and it came out good. It's like fluffy and everything. It's really rounded, so it's smooth. So you can actually do lighter dry brush, and it doesn't have those harsh lines like this one from Green Stuff World has. So I strongly advise you to try this ones, and they're cheaper from AK. Yeah, you can buy this ones. Oh, I'm also in Europe. It's expensive to take it because it's from US. Oh yeah, you have to pay the fees and everything. Well, sure, but if you buy like instead of buying like three sizes, you buy the same size like three times, and then you have a shit bunch of them that lasts you forever, so you don't have to keep it again. Yeah, if you're in the US, thanks for the thanks for the tip, man. Yeah, digitally. Yeah, you can use this forever, like forever. Grim Reaper, thank you for the follow, bro. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. feel free to ask anything. I can help you guys. I'm learning also, so but yeah, in what I can help, I'll tell you. Yeah, literally, you can do this, and there's another cool thing, and this is another tip that you can look up on, what was the name of it? What was the name of the guy? Oh, Tommy Soul, the name of this guy. Okay, he's a freaking amazing painter. Does those cool freehand drawings on minis, especially from Warhammer. And oh, you're building Tyranids? Nice. Look, I have the main enemy of Tyranids. I have Titus. But yeah. And you can like do one technique that it's really good visually, because there's one side on the picture that normally people don't tell you. Okay, and please guys, pay attention to this because this is really important. So wet palettes, right? They're really good. If you want to try it out, and I can show you, for example, let's shake this paint really quick, and let's do the test, right? While I'm talking. So let's do a tiny blob of paint on the wet palette, and let's do a tiny blob of paint on this metal. Like, and as we are light streaming, see which one dries out faster, right? And we will even spread it out a little bit just to make things easier. Like that, not too. And we'll do like this, almost the same. This one I even stretched it out a little bit more. But we will see in a bit which one dries it out faster, right? But normally, wet palette doesn't dry that fast because it keeps the moisture of the paints, right? But there's a side note that Tommy Soul teaches, and he has a YouTube video where he goes down this. Don't remember which one, but I can look it up in a second if you guys want. That it's the following. So when you use a little bit of paint here, and you use it to thin it down, because you want to do, like, for example, a glaze, right? So we get to the glazing consistency, like this one, the glazing consistency. And what it does is, since the water is moistening up on this paper, that same water is going to be getting into this paint. So what he teaches us is, as time goes by, minute, seconds, whatever, this solution won't be the same after 5 minutes, for example. It will be more watery than what it was from the beginning. And this is the sides that normally no one is teaching us, except for him, that it's been bringing us awareness to this. That wet palettes tend to mess with the solution that you're doing on it. And this is really important. So if sometimes you are doing like a solution and you notice it gets a little bit watery than it was previously, it's because of this. Because the moisture that you have on this water that it's going to the paper actually gets to this. And it messes up the consistency of your paint. That's why sometimes you don't have that consistency always in the same layers. This is what mostly fucks up your paintings, especially if you're beginning. And if you're a beginner like I was 8 months ago or something, or almost like a year or something, this was something that was fucking me up. What he teaches us is, if you're starting, the best way to do this shit start painting is to get a dry palette, mainly because of this. Look, let's do this. Let's do a test. If I grab a little bit of paint, I put it on somewhere on the palette, right? Like here. If I grab a little bit of thinner, I will thin it down, right? And I have my solution, for example. If I do it like this. Check. So this is like base color, a little bit more watery. But yeah, one good thing that you have on the dry palette is it's primed, right? And you always prime it just to see the colors a little bit better. But there's another catch. If it's primed, you can try it out and see how the consistency will look on the mini. For example, if I do this, I notice you can see, and as soon as you go to the mini and you apply it, you know it will be this result, right? So you have two wins above the wet palette. The downside is it will dry faster. Well, not always everything can be perfect, right? But as a beginner, I wish someone had told me this sooner. I wish Tommy Soul had crossed on my life a little bit sooner and told me this shit, because yeah, this shit saves you a lot of time and a lot of worries. Believe me. You can just see how it will react, and you can see right away if the solution you're using is going to be what you're looking for, or if it's too thin or whatever. You can just notice it right away. And yeah, what I I had in mind. I also have, this is because I have some 3D printers. I know most of you don't don't have 3D printers at home, but you can find people on Fiverr or people on Etsy that just do the job. They can print whatever you want, and you can like select some figures, for example, and use them as dry palettes. For example, me, sometimes I want to try like some color schemes, right? Well, I was using for uh, other skin tone, I was using these four color scheme, colors for the color scheme. And one thing that I did was I tried it out on this figure. This figure is my testing figure. I have it primed like I have the other ones, but the thing is I can just put the colors right together on some spots, and I can see right away if this is what I want or not. And this is a good way for you to not fuck up the minis or skip some processes that normally tend to consume you some time or will fuck up the process. Another cool thing that I'm trying to think is, normally the dry palettes that you see that you can buy online or can print it, they are full, right? So you have the entire dry palette, it's full. What I'm trying to do, and I'm building one, this is not the case, okay? Was a failed print, but I'm going to do an STL and I'm going to provide you guys in the future. What just happened? Oh, it actually blocked your message. I don't. Oh, it was the auto mod. Can't I block it? I unblock it? Oh, yeah, I actually can't. Wait. Oh, yeah, because you said fuck. It really. It blocked you. It's the auto mod. I have to remove it. I have to remove it later. But yeah. Uh, I'll remove it later. But yeah. Oh, I can allow it this one. Yeah, like that. Like that it works. But yeah, the thing is, I will provide you guys the STL for it. But it happened to me one time. I was trying to print this one, okay? And what it happened was the printer failed, had some supports that was good at all, and it fucked the print. The print came out like this. I know, right? But I thought to myself, well, I'm not gonna throw this in the bin. I'll keep it, right? But the thing is, it came to me and it's a good solution because I have like half the palette which is flat and the other part which is like texturized, right? So I can like lay down paint and then dry brush it on the other side or try it in texture, mimicking the figures. The thing is, I'm going to build one and I'm using my iPad to do it. I'm building one which has like arms, legs, faces, and other textures that help you on mini scale that can help us uh, test it right away, even pauldrons and everything. I'm trying to do some stacking and doing some things that can actually help us like it's supposed to. Because if you want to try it out, you try it out on those pieces, and then you know that on your miniature it will be the same, right? So yeah, let me see. Oh, digitally, you you like tips? I'm gonna give you sometimes, and I think Eclipse already listened to this, and you also, Snixon. I think both of you have already heard this, as I've said on your stream, if I'm not mistaken. But well, if you don't mind, I'm going to provide them the same knowledge, which is how do you get the same consistency, right? So I have two solutions for that. One of them is, okay, so you can see this one is already drying. You can see the paint around it is almost dry. You can see that this one, it's not dry, but you can actually see the consistency. Like it's becoming more watery. This is what I was trying to show you guys. Even this one, it's more watery than what it was. So yeah, this was the issue. I was trying to make you aware. Um, so what I'm going to show you is how to thin down paint. Like you have seen digitally, you have seen those guys on Golden Demon and everything, right? And you mostly have seen like Squidmar and everything, those huge guys, which are gods in what comes down in terms of painting. One thing that they don't quite teach you right off the bat is how do you thin down the paint. Normally people tell you, oh, do this, do that, in terms of ratios, right? So you put 3 drops, 1 drop, whatever. One good thing to thin it down, it's the following. So when you dip your brush in water, right, you will see that the brush holds water, just this amount of it, right? The thing is, what Tommy Soul, and it's Tommy Soul, it's not something that I discovered or whatever. One good trick from Tommy Soul that he teaches us is the following. And he has this on an open YouTube. He has talked a lot on his YouTube, so please feel free to watch it out. Is the following. You, with your loaded brush with water, right? You grab a little bit of paint and then you put it on your palette. When you're swirling around, right? If you drag it, you will see that the paint is becoming thinner. Right? So the catch that he teaches us the following. Depending on the way on where you are dragging, for example, if I'm doing the same thing right, with this paint, if I'm swirling around, if I stop here, I know that the consistency right now it's this one. But if I keep dragging, I know that the consistency right now is of this one. So depending on where you stop dragging, that's your consistency. And it's fucking easy, right? It's fucking easy because you can actually see it right away. You just need to drag it. And the plus side is you can do this on the wet palette as well. Just keep in mind that time might become more watery in some ways. But what you know is if you want this consistency, you just have to come here and grab it. If you want that consistency, you just come here and grab it. So yeah, this is a really good way for you to thin down. Another way, and this is something Jose da Vinci is a god also on the painting world. One thing that he teaches us is the following. He teaches us that the way the paint moves actually tells you how well it is prepared for base color. Okay, so for example, I have my thinner here, right? And let's say this is the paint right off the bat from the bottle, right? If I want to thin this, when I add, if I do this, do you see how the paint removes the trail? Like, do you see this trail that the brushes leaves on the paint? If the paint close it up right away, it's a little bit more thin. Or actually, it's not. Wait, sorry. Yeah, it's a little bit more thinned than base color. But the catch is, if you leave the paint just a little bit like this, so it doesn't recover right away, has like a delay, but it recovers, but not right away. This is the consistency one. And actually, this consistency is not at the bottle, because I used it with the water on the brush. Let me do a clean example. So this is a clean example. As you can see, this is the consistency, really thick, right? It even dries really fast. So if I grab the thinner, I can keep adding. And as you can see, as I'm adding water to it, see that the trace, why I was saying trail, fuck, the trace of the brush will tell me what's the density of paint that I've been produced. So this one is a little bit above. So it's this way you can notice what's your main distance or whatever you want. The more tricky way, I think it's not that intuitive. What I like to do, me personally, is complement a little bit of both. So I like to drag it out, see how it goes, and then I like to use on my hand palette. Hand palettes is the best thing you have. I know it gets messy. I know some of you don't like to use the paint on yourself, but believe me, since we have so many textures on our hands, acrylic acrylic paint doesn't make anything. Not corrosive. It's not intrusive. It's not anything that, at least that I know of, no one has ever gotten cancer or whatever from paint, at least from acrylic. So you can actually use your hand as a reference. I like to do that, right? So what I like to do is I like to use this. So you have like, this is the consistency straight up from the bottle. So you actually see that I can't properly see all the details, right? So if I add a little bit of thinner to it, I can try it out, and I think I have it now. So this is base color, and you can see that as soon as it dries out, you can see the details from my hand, right? This is a freaking good way for you to save the consistency, right? Because it's on your hand. So later, if you need to use that same consistency, you just need to get to the point where you can observe the paint, something like Jose da Vinci was telling us, by noticing how the paint reacts with the amount of water that you use, but you saved it so you can test it out right away on the side to see if it matches, right? This is a really good tip for us beginners. It's a really good way for you to save how your layer was, the type of color, etc. That's my knowledge for you guys. So what I do normally, I tend to do this side, this part of the hand, this part here, is where normally I save colors that I've done custom mixes. So for example, if I mix these two and I don't remember quite well the portions, I save them here on this part, on this block. On this block, I use, as you can see, and it's really messy, I use for the thins. So for example, if I'm using a type glaze consistency, I normally I load the brush, right? And I slide it above it. And if I see that the paint leaves a little smudge or a little glaze on the color beneath it, I know that now on glaze consistency, right? But if, for example, this one is already it's more pigmented and it's not that diluted as that one, so if I put it above, you can see that it has more color, removing completely the one beneath. So this one, I know that I have to thin it down more, right? This is my understanding and what I have discovered so far, joining the pieces from a lot of um, painters, right? So yeah, we have derailed a lot, but I like this. I like this type of shit. I like to teach a lot of things that I find, and yeah. I was supposed to be painting, and I've been for this 1.5 hour or more talking about all this crazy stuff for you guys. Let's see, what more can I teach? Let's see. Uh, I was working on this piece. It's Yazira. It's a character from Jose da Vinci Patreon. The thing is, I fucked it up off stream. So basically, I was using my airbrush, and I was using, I think it was this one, Anthracite Gray, which is a grayish blue tone. Thing was, I haven't been cleaning my airbrush, as dumb as I am. I don't know why the fuck the music stopped. Sorry. Silent. Put my. Let's put this music. Fuck it. So as I was saying, since I didn't clean it, I fucked it up because it clogged right on the nozzle. I didn't notice at first because it was spraying good, but the thing was, when I was spraying here on this leg, on the left one, clogged, and it left like a burst when it unclogged, because I forced it, right? Because it clogged, but I didn't notice it clogged. So I did a little bit more pressure. I released more paint, and what it did was it unclogged and it spread a lot of paint all over the miniature, all over the legs, and as you can see, there's some gray on the front right here that it wasn't supposed to. I even had to remove the highlights that I did previously. It fucked it up. Another zone that it fucked it up was this one, on the arms right here, because I cleaned it. I thought that I unclogged it, but I didn't. I made it worse. Somehow I removed a little bit of paint that was dry up in there, but I didn't remove all. But it was loose. As soon as I tried it out, it unclogged and then unclogged, and it burst a lot of paint and fucked the entire arm. But yeah, I had to remove all the highlights, and I had to remove all the, because I have the gray. You can see actually the gray here, a little bit on the shoulder and everything, because it was looking so good, and it fucked it up. And I even fucked it up because I was a little bit more rough forehead to give this smudge. Yeah, I totally agree with you, digitally. The paintbrushes, the airbrushes, I mean, they're really good. They're a little bit expensive, but they're really good. But sometimes they get pain in the fucking ass. Like a really, really pain in the ass. When they clog, it's messy, and not only messy, they can ruin your paint job. They can mess everything, and yeah, but they're really good. Like I've seen some paintings from a lot of people. They do crazy jobs. Like, for example, Sergio Calvo miniatures. You look it up. He's a god. The Goldman world and miniatures and whatever. Most of his paint jobs have always present the airbrushes, right? For example, digitally, do you remember when I was talking about the metal and the non-metallic metal? So when you're doing, for example, layering on skin, same way, right? So when you're doing, for example, this tone, and you use a mixture of this tone with this tone, or this one and this one, and you do the layers, right? You blend them almost the same way as you do the non-metallic, right? When you do shadowing and stuff, use glaze type consistency to do the same. The thing is, normally Sergio, he doesn't give a shit about that, right? Why? Because he grabs the airbrush, thins down the paint, he uses the airbrush to smooth things out, the transitions, right on the transitions, uses the middle tone on the two layers, and he just smooths it out. Bro, it's fucking like I've never seen. Believe me. For example, this one, the blade that I did, you can actually see, if I close it up, you can actually see the drag of the brush, right? You can even see the strokes there that I've done with the white above the gray. If I had used the airbrush to smooth things out, you wouldn't even notice that. It would be just smooth. Oh, it will be, you know what? It will be like this. It would look like, and Eclipse, I don't know if I've shown you, maybe I have, but it would look like this. Look at this transition. Like, it's non-existent in terms of texture from the brush. You don't have Why? Because I used the airbrush. So it's smooth as fuck, right? Smooth. Just simply smooth. One transition onto the other, smooth. Even the ones from the brown from the red, smooth. This is the power of the airbrush. The thing is, they're a little bit expensive. If you use cheaper ones, fucked. I'm going to tell you right away. I tried to go against this notion. I tried to prove myself, well, I'm going to buy a cheaper one and it's gonna work because I'm going to make it work. It didn't, believe me. I bought this one from Amazon. Bro, it's a good airbrush, don't get me wrong. The thing is, this shit clogs every fucking time. It's like I have to thin the paint so much for it to not clog that it's almost insane. And it doesn't have to do with the fact that the Vallejo range is a little bit inconsistent, or the AK has a type of consistency, very specific, whatever. It doesn't have to do with that. It does have to do with the size of the holes on the airbrush and the size of the needle, which is 0.4. It's the same as... Sorry, but I have a shit ton of airbrushes. I have 3. So this one is 0.4. This one is 0.4. This never clogs. Never. When I say never, is never. I never had a clog on this. Well, the most expensive one, this one, it clogged because the needle is smaller, so you have to be more careful with it in terms of cleaning, right? This is a type 025, I think. 025, 045. This one is 04. So this one cost me, I don't know, 26 euros, maybe like $4 or something, or dollars. I think the dollar is the same. Fuck it, 26 euros or dollars, right? This one was a little bit more expensive. This one was 160. This one, most expensive. Oh, actually, this one was 180. Sorry, I was lying. 180. This one was 320. Saved a lot of money, and I was working a lot of extra hours to buy them. But yeah, this one almost clogs every time. This is the main thing. Normally, a lot of people just say, "Oh, don't buy the cheapest ones because they suck or whatever." But believe me, if I could give you guys the feeling of them, you would go nuts. Well, if they, if we advanced in technology and we have those feedback tactile gloves, I will show you guys. I will buy one and I will show you guys. Because this one, like, I don't know if you guys can. Oh, you actually can't listen because my microphone. Oh, actually you can. Do you hear the click? This is the click that the airbrush does every time I do this. Funky, right? And the thing is, the pressure here on the trigger is always the same. This thing, harsh as hell, and these lines don't do shit. These lines are supposed to give you more grip when you're trying to paint, right? They're just here for decoration. They don't do shit. And the other thing is that tiny hole where the needle fits, and it goes straight up here, tight. So as soon as the paint dries a little bit, when it ends, fucked. Start clogging on the tip as well. And even here, this nozzle is awful. And when I say awful, it's really awful. So when you use an airbrush, it sprays like in a cone motion, right? So it does like this, spreads like a cone motion. So the thing is, if it's spraying in a cone pattern, like, it will catch the tips of this nozzle. The thing is, it will build up paint, and you will have like a huge blob of paint here that when it gets on the main stream of air, it will start spraying larger blobs of paint all over your paint job. Sometimes it's good because it looks like freckles if you're doing like skin tones, which is awesome, but at the same way it will just ruin everything if you're not doing paint skin tones, or if it's not the freckle type of shit that you want to give as texture. So this one, for example, allows you to do one thing. So this one allows you to actually control here when you, and most of these brushes on this range of price, so 100 and something or 90 bucks above it, they normally help allow you to increase and decrease the area that you can go back. For example, this one, I don't know if you guys can see, but I can unscrew and screw this thing that it moves around back there, right? And if you notice, if I press down and I push it, you will see that this piece will just lock up on this part, right? So if I put it there, that's the travel distance that this trigger can go. You see, it won't go past this. If I unscrew it, it goes all the way back. This is something that you can use. For example, if you're doing small triggers, just to release small pieces of paint, this is a cool way for you to repeat the same movement without that much effort, right? Because normally you tend to do a little bit more print on one side or another. This is a cool way to do. This is why normally these brushes are better. Not only because you can remove the cups, you can like dismantle, and I can dismantle the brush right away for you guys to see. Fucking easy. Look at this. You'll move one piece, you unscrew this shit, remove the needle, remove the tip, and it's done. I just dismantled, and it's this quick, right? It's not like that cheapest one, which has the springs and a lot of shit that just gets in the way and it's messy and everything. This is the way to do it. Oh, sorry. And they are faster in what comes to the mounting side. So to mount them, really easy. Just have to. Oh, and the attention to detail. Look at this. This one has like an oval shape. When you put the needle, you'll see that the blob of paint here. Look, I haven't been cleaning them. Look at that. Look at the amount of paint that I have there. But yeah, as I was saying, look at the attention of detail. If you put your needle, you will guide the needle, and I'm doing no strain to it. You will just guide the needle inside. It's insane, the level of detail of these brushes. And believe me, in terms of headaches, I prefer to wait and accumulate a little bit more money to buy a more expensive one than having all those troubles and logs and nightmare. Because believe me, when I bought this cheap brush from Amazon, in one point on my life, I decided to not use airbrushing again. Believe me, I decided. But then I saw some videos on, what was them? Squidmar. Like, they released this one by Harder and Steenbeck. This is their signature airbrush, and I saw a video of them talking about this, and yeah, I went for it. I risked it, and I'm glad I did it because now I have two amazing airbrushes that do the trick. I only use this one for one thing: metallics or oiled paints or something. So I only use for paints that might ruin or damage my air, right? Otherwise, I won't use them for anything. Even for priming, I use I use this one. For really good for priming, really smooth layers and everything, really good. Oh, and it even has another thing digitally. This is really, really good. I don't know if I can show you. I can. Let me just unscrew it. Oh, actually, I can't unscrew. What was it? Oh, it's actually here. Ah, fuck! I don't have the thing. Oh, fuck it. But I'll show you. I think I can show you. So, this brush didn't come with this. It just came like this, right? So I found an extra piece. This is for the Harder and Steam, right? I don't know if on the other brands they have this or not. I hope they do because it's awesome and you can pick it up. But do you know when you connect your airbrush to the what's the name? The compressor, right? On the compressor, there's a valve that you can increase and decrease the PSI. PSI, it's the strength and the pressure of air that comes out of the brush. So the air comes from that tube that I was connecting here, and it goes all the way here, and it pushes the paint as the paint is going down. This is how the airbrush works. The thing is, sometimes you want to use smaller pressure, right? For example, when I was using here to do the shadows, since I'm using like on a smaller, like I'm closer to the figure, I don't want the same pressure as I was spraying out from behind, right? Because if I was doing like this and I was spraying out, it comes like in a cone and it almost catches all the meat. I want to do it on a small portion of the miniature, so I have to reduce the PSI for it to travel lighter, slower. But changing on the compressor is a pain in the ass. You have to pull the valve, reduce it, watch the gauge, see how much the PSI is, and then you can use it. And if you want to go back to the previous pressure, you have to go again. Pull the valve, go to the previous number, and you have to remember all those numbers, right? It's a little bit of a pain. What I'm going to show you, amazing, because I bought this as soon as I covered it, never got back. That's it, which is the following. So there are some valves put at the end of your airbrush. So for example, this one, see, doesn't have anything here. You just have the connector for this one, right? But it doesn't have anything. So some brands like Harder and Steam, like I said, I don't know if the other brands do this. Hope they do. Awesome. On Harder and Steamback, you can buy the valve, or if it's a special edition, like this one, I have a special valve here. This valve offers some resistance, but when you're using, you don't accidentally twist it or change the pressure. It's good. Has a little bit of a strength that you have to apply for it to twist, which is awesome. And you can close the pressure. So for example, now it's open all the way to 100%. I can go down to 20% if I'm not mistaken. I don't want to induce you guys to wrong values, but I think it was 20. So if I close it up, I know at the moment that I will have 20% of the 35 psi. And if I want, for example, half, I just have to twist half the size. I have 50% of 30 psi. But what I normally do is I put the paint with the consistency for airbrushing, and I then just test it out what's on the distance to the mini that I want to paint. I can just test it out on my hand. This is why you have all these dots. This was me testing out the distance according to pressure here. And it's so fucking easy, so fucking good, and it's right there. Yeah, it's an extra control of pressure. So you have the pressure on your compressor that you can change. But for me personally, this changed my life. Like this valve right beneath the airbrush, it's just fucking in. And as far as I know, I think the connectors for all the airbrushes are the same. So I might be mistaken. I don't know. I can look it up to tell you guys later, or in another day, I mean. And I don't know. Oh, it was MXer. MXer was a guy that followed me earlier on the stream, and he was asking me to add him on Discord, but I told him that I don't have a Discord server yet because I'm building one. But actually, I need to create one Discord so I can create like a chat where I have all these tiny tips for you guys. And I think, and I can look it up and tell you guys later, I think the connector that all these brushes have, same. So you can actually go and buy one from Marder and Steamback and use them on brush. So I think that I could remove this one and put it here, even though this is not a Harder and Steamback brush. But I'm not 100% sure. Need to verify that. But yeah. So another thing digitally that these brushes offer you is the possibility of removing the fucking cup. For example, this cup is right? And sometimes when I'm aiming like this from the front, see shit. Like I have to literally like paint on the side and trying to understand where my brush is pointing, right? Like this. And I'm on the side, as you can see on the webcam. Like I can't do it on the front because I don't know where I'm painting, which is a bummer. And I can't remove the cup. These airbrushes, even though they are a little bit more expensive, as far as I'm going on the live stream and as the hours go, right now it's 5 a.m. here in Portugal. I I get so tired that sometimes I roll up my tongue. So I'm sorry if sometimes I can't pronounce the words correctly. But as you can see, as I was saying, you can not only you can remove the cups from the brushes to clean, for example, but you can actually use smaller cups. For example, this is what they call micro cup. Yeah, I'm up all night. Normally, Fridays and Saturdays, and some Sundays, not all of them, but some, I normally stream late hour, especially. Mainly because I like to paint at night. I don't have so much people bugging my head, and it's quiet. I'm on my own peace and quiet moment, and yeah, it's where I have the most hours for me to paint and live stream. That's why I stay up all night. But as I was saying, you can remove the micro cup. For example, this micro cup is really good. If you want, you can just do like 1 or 2 or 3 drops of paint. You mix it up with the brush, and like that, like this, I can see the tip. Look, if I position like this, you can see actually the tip. I'm doing like this, the tip, so I can know where I am aiming. Look, I can know where I am aiming. Where I'm aiming. Fuck. This sentence is a really hard one to say. So you can know where you're aiming the brush just because the cup is tiny. Awesome. And that's a plus. And you have, and I even have a bigger cup that holds my paint. But yeah, this is those small details that normally people don't tell you. And for example, for the expensive one, it has, so I'm not gonna lie to you, as I've said. If you're going to say to me, hey, if I want to buy airbrush, what would you recommend? Without a doubt, just buy the middle range. Why? Because if I swap the needle of this one for a 02, it will do the same spray like this one. Straight off the bat, I'm not gonna lie. If I put the same needle as this one that I have tried this, on this one, this will do the same job as this one. Not gonna lie. So the 100 euros brush will do the same job as the almost 400 airbrush. It will do the same job, just swapping out down the needles. What it looks so nice. Yeah, believe me, it took me a while to use this one. It took me a while, just because I spent so much money that literally I was afraid of damaging it, but I was forcing myself, and then it's just okay, right? So, as I was saying, if you swap out the needles, it's the same. The thing is, this one has more perks that makes a little bit of your life easier. What I mean by this is, so for example, these cups, you can remove them as well as this one, but it's easier because it's designed for this, because you have, oh, let me put it again so I don't damage the needle. Let me put it so you guys can see. So just to show you guys, it's right here. So this is the box, and as you can see, I have another nozzle. Look, and this nozzle, I know it looks funny because it's not a normal one to look at, but let me show you how it goes. And you can buy like a a medium range like this one, and you can buy this cap or this nozzle as well and use them. But this nozzle serves for 1 point. If you want to paint as close as you can to the figure, the best way is to use this, and you can touch it on the surface that you want to paint, or almost touch it. But if it's a zone that you can touch it, you can just do it like this, and you have the same distance that you want from where you're painting. Have a great night, Eclipse. I know you're on the Europe side also, so it's getting pretty late for you as well. But yeah, have a great night. Sleep well. Have a good night of rest. I'll be in a second as well, but just finishing this. So this is a perk that normally it only comes on these expensive ones, as I was saying. As you can see, the detail job and the paint job is totally different. That's another plus. I have another cup that it's a little bit bigger, so it's bigger than the micro cup and smaller than this size. So I think this one is 5 millimeters, this one is 2 millimeters, and this one is 7 or 8, something like that. Right? Well, on to the next perks. Let me tell you. The perks of the expensive one that the middle range doesn't have. So you have a... So in all of the airbrushes, you have like a spring, right? That helps the trigger go again to the same position it was in the beginning. Stop it from spraying. You can actually, on the expensive ones, you can adjust the strength of the trigger. So what they allow you is, if you want the trigger to be soft, like the amount of strength that you have to do, want to reduce it, you can. You just need to unscrew it. It will become so lighter, you almost offer no resistance. But if you want more resistance to it, like if you want to make more strength for it to release more paint or something, you can increase it. Another thing, digitally, did you notice that I had, like on the other airbrush, I showed you guys this, right? That you can increase and decrease this piece that prevents the trigger to go from one place to another, right? For example, if I want to... Oh, sorry, forgot something. So the main trick is, on these airbrushes, it works a little bit different. Why? Do you see this red button? It's not here for the show. If you press it, you see that it went up, and you can see this piece right here, right? So this blocks the brush, and it only allows me to do the same type of movements that I decided to do if I block it, right? For example, when I use this brush is for really detailed jobs, right? But look, if I want to go back to the spraying as I was, I just have to pull, and the piece goes right back, and I can straight up spray it, right? And if I want to go back to the small detail, almost no paint position, I can go back. So, recap. This one, you have to manually block the distance, and then if you want to go back to where you were, you have to unblock it manually, right? So you have to, by mind or whatever, or by testing, you have to keep on testing and see where you were. right? I'm sure that as the time goes by, you almost will do it instinctively, right? Or by memory muscle or whatever you want to call it. But this one, it's just with a click. So small sprays, big sprays. Click, small sprays, unclick, big sprays. That's simple. This is what these brushes offer you, right? Is this smiley, fuck, small attention to detail. And this is what you're paying for. Is it worth it? Meh. Like, if you say to me, hey, if I want to buy a brush, I don't mind the money that I'm going to spend, yada yada. What do you advise me? Well, of course, buy the most expensive. Because I want you to have the best experience that you can get. And that's me being 100% honest to you. 100%. Like, I want you to have the best experience ever, so I'm going to advise you. More easier from my Iwata? Oh, really? I've never digged on Iwata. Well, I can show you how do I dismantle this one. Let me just close the lid. So the process for this one it's this one. So we have one piece. Oh, you're totally right. So you unclog, you open this one, you take up the needle, you unscrew this part, and you have the floating nozzle, right? Which I think is on most of the airbrushes. But if you want to, for a safety measure, that one you can unattach it by hand. But this one's the Infinity. You have this little piece that you have to use, and you have to make a little bit of pressure just to unscrew it. Hardly. This is how you remove it, because it's not supposed to not supposed for you to unscrew this part. If you have dismantled all the way down the airbrush, it means you're doing something wrong. Yeah, exactly. But I don't know if on Iwata it's as easier as it is like this one. Is it? I think so. I've never used the one, but I know Iwata it's more expensive, right? The high end tier of airbrushes, I think they are much more expensive. Because I remember watching some prices and I noticed that the high end goes like to the price range of 600 and something like that. Oh, Infinity is faster? Oh, I thought you were saying it was faster on a Iwata. Okay. Okay. Well, now you know. I didn't know that. Like I said, I'm a little bit of a fanboy, so I really like Widmar and his paintings and his teachings and everything. And as soon as I noticed he was releasing this one, I said, well, fuck it, I need to buy it, and I bought it. Um, I was looking for some airbrushes, and I saw this one's out. I saw that on Reddit, a lot of people talked about Harder and Steenbeck, and they said all great things about it. So that's why I bought them. But yeah, and he and ML, they are so funny, bro. I really dig their videos. Oh, Another thing digitally that I forgot. This airbrush, at least I don't know how it is on the Iwata, so I can't talk about it, but I'm going to say what the guys on Harder and Seaback told the community. Sneakson, please correct me on this if actually no. So let me just move it because I don't like to remove the needle or touch something on the needle on the front. So look, this nozzle on this high end, the Infinity, this new Infinity from 2025, the nozzle is made in titanium, right? So titanium, as you know, really strong. And normally, one thing that's been bugging a lot of people that use airbrushes, the tips become the holes, these tiny holes, you see? The tiny hole. When it's not on titanium, they normally use aluminum or brass, I think, one of those two. And the thing is, as the needle is going up, like the needle is going on this motion, right? Needle is doing this. As it's touching, it will damage and it will open the fucking hole. What does this mean? If the hole opens, means that it will let more paint and the spray will increase as well. So instead of having like a focal point of this much, you will have like a focal point of this much. It fucks the performance of the brush. Because when you're doing like those tiny small adjustments or painting jobs, you won't be able because the hole is now bigger, so you won't be able to do what you were doing previously. You have damaged 2 of these titaniums? Fuck, use them a lot for you to damage them. Well, at least I can show you like the one from my medium one, and this one is from 2024, so it doesn't have the titanium. You have to look it up, but I think, oh, the old ones. Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, I have damaged the old ones as well. Look digitally, brass, as you can see, brass even has the color of it. So this is a really bendy metal, right? So this is why it happens. And one thing that Harder and Seaback got a lot of feedback was, why don't people just develop this shit on a better and hard and stronger metal, right? Why don't they do it? And mainly because of money. Because like, come on, if you sell, I don't know how much these ones go. I don't remember because I don't buy them for a while now. But let's say this shit costs, for example, $10, right? 10 euros. It's fucking insane. Because if they worn out that easily, it's a piece that you are constantly, buying, replace it. And they are only thinking about this regarding the money. They're not thinking about the details on the user experience and everything. So this is why Harder and Steamback, and this was one of the most selling points for me regarding the Infinity, the Harder and Steamback ones, because at one point I was looking at others. It wasn't Iwata because of the expensiveness of it, but it was another brand that I was looking up. But I decided to go with Harder and Steamback mainly because of this titanium tip. And I can guarantee you, I've seen a lot of videos, and I'm one of those crazy guys then that when I'm going to buy something, I do some crazy amount research. Like I spend 1 month something searching up, looking for feedback, trying to find details and stuff that people don't like about that product, so I don't have to buy it. Instead of like convincing me to buy it, I try to convince me not to buy it. I did the opposite. And the thing is, I couldn't find it. Actually, people told me a lot of crazy shit. I even talked to some YouTubers. I reached it out. I sent them messages, and they were fucking nuts with the performance of this Infinity. So if by any chance you have the money, if you want to spend some money on one good airbrush, I strongly advise you the Infinity one. This one you can't buy now because it was a special edition. Sorry to break it down to you. But yeah, this was a special edition from Squidmar. Harder and Steam Deck. They don't sell these ones anymore. It was only on the release date and everything. But they have one that it's almost the same. The only difference is here. I think it's silver. Yeah, yeah, you have the same model. It's actually the same model. Only the paint job it's not there, right? So here you have like this design, this engraved design from Squidmar, which has a skull and everything, have the tentacles of the squid and everything. But if you remove this shit and you put this part silver, same fucking brush. I don't know if it brings the valve. You have to look it up. I don't remember it. I don't quite remember if it brings the valve. Do you remember, Snixon? I don't remember actually. I don't remember. But it must be on the website. Almost guaranteed that it does the same job. Oh, and if you want to see comparisons, this one is from. Oh, you haven't seen yours, but yours is the 20. So yours is a 2025. This one, but in the silver one. Oh, you have the 2023. Yeah. Oh, okay. So they don't sell. Well, but you can buy the valve uh, separately because this one that I bought, the Evolution, it didn't bring the valve, and I bought it. I think it was or something. Yeah, I bought it because it's fucking amazing. This one as well. And as soon as I discovered that it had the valve, I had to buy it. Sorry. it's just it's just that type of detail that makes all the difference. Oh, yours was the first one from Cult of Paint. Nice. I like those ones. It's in black also, right? They're also in black. That one is a really cool one. So digitally, this is the difference between them. This is the Evolution, so the middle range, and this one is the Infinity. So you can actually look up and see the level of detail on the Infinity a little bit higher. That's one. But there's one catch, remember, the Infinity that I bought, this one, has a 0.4 needle. I have the 0.2 here, in case I want to use it. Oh, actually? Oh, yeah, yeah, exactly. Because I bought the bundle one. So on the brush right now, so the brush bought the 0.2. So this actually is the 0.2. Sorry, I was inducing you in error. This one is the 0.2 test, but as you can see, if you mix it up, it's not as precise because it has some trace on the dotting, and this one, it has more finer detail, if you guys can see, right? Yeah, this one, you see like those small dots? It's almost like, well, it could be the consistency of the paint that the person used, and this one was more diluted, so it was smoother. But look, it's thinner than a fucking hair. Right now, it's not falling any hairs from my head. Fuck. You need a hair. You don't have it. But yeah, it's thinner than a hair. So the Infinity, it's really, really good. The level of detail and precision, it's way higher. And if you have the money, I strongly advise you. People tend to be... Oh, one thing. Please don't use this shit. Harder Steam Beck sent me one of these when I bought the Evolution pack as a bonus, right? But this shit has metal on the edges, right? If you're rubbing with this, you will scratch your airbrush. Scratch it, paint will go there and you won't be able to remove it. So please don't use this. Don't. Just don't. Fucking insane. It's not worth it. And what I advise you to use to clean it is use these cotton heads instead, right? To remove the most big parts, and on those sides where you can't reach, do as Sneak and Sun is doing. Brushes or mouth. You know those tiny brushes that has like a bendable plastic that you use on the mouth? Those are the best one. But myself, what I like to do is this. I dip the pieces a little bit on airbrush cleaner. You don't have to use the one from Green Stuff World. Get me wrong. Other airbrush cleaners. I dip it, soften the the paint. Then I use older brushes. If this ones, you know, that has strong bristles. Look at the force that I'm doing, pushing my hands back. It's freaking nuts, and I'm doing like a lot of strength to it. They're really good. So what I have is I have smaller brushes like this ones, which is hard as fuck, and you can use them to clean some parts, and you can use the bristles to clean inside. The best option, it's the brush for mouths, without a question, because you don't want to use this metal stuff on your brushes. You don't want to. This is why this is here. The best is to have a new one. Yeah, of course. Because if you have a new one, you don't have to go to the process of having to clean it. But another thing is, if you go nuts with it on the cleaning, so for example, I just use it, I just cleaned it, done. You don't have to worry about this kind of shit of going on those tiny little washing parts and everything, because you cleaned it, right? But that implies you to always paint, then you're finished, dismantle a little bit, remove the needle, pass the cleaning solution, and making sure it doesn't have any more water, any more paint and everything and like that. Oh, another thing. This is another cool tip in detail, because come on, you guys know that a lot of companies do shit for show, right? They do. They have some stuff that it's just for show. For example, having a fucking cup of plastic for $10 or €10, it's fucking insane, bro. Because you can use like a mug, right? For example, this mug, this metal mug, really cool, really nice, really wide, same radius than this cup, cost me 99 cents on AliExpress. Does the same fucking job, or you can use those porcelain mugs that we have in home that drink and they are old as fuck and that someone gave us on birthdays and everything, right? So I'm talking about this type of shit, right? One thing that it's just for show. Well, it has a perk. It's just for show. I'm not lie. And I spent money because I like them and they're cool and everything, but I don't need them. Simple as that. This shit. This airbrush holder or stand or whatever you want to call it, it's just for show, bro. Like, they're a little bit heavy on the end, so it prevents your brush from tipping. Like, you see, it prevents your brush from tipping, right? But the thing is, there's one catch. The hole, if you're not careful enough, you will miss and you will fucking jam your needle right in the middle. Remember this. If someone tries to sell this shit to you, keep this shit in mind because they won't tell you. When you're putting your airbrush, you have to be careful because otherwise you will jam the needle right on here, right on there. You will jam it. Believe me, you will jam it because I have done this here, and it was with the Evolution one. I fucked up a needle, a 0.4 needle that I had to buy another one because I jammed it. And oh, you can even see the scratch. Look, you can even see the scratch there. There's a tiny scratch there. It was when I put it there and I jammed it against this tiny wall. Yeah. So this actually, it's a murder weapon for your fucking airbrush. It's not worth it, believe me. And this shit, it's like, what? I think it was 30 euros, something like that. It's fucking expensive. For me, it does help because when I have the fucking when I have the fucking hose connected to the airbrush, it makes weight so it doesn't pull the airbrush down. So it's cool for that, right? But if I'm not careful enough, believe me, I will jam the fucking needle right up there and I'll fuck it up because the hole, it's not wide enough. Look, and you can even do it like this, like on the sides, because this part, it's tilted, right? So when you do it like this, it just raises up, and look, can you see the nozzle guard? It's heating there. This is the nozzle guard, yeah? But it's heating there. So if you go with all the might that you have, just putting down your brush, you will fuck it up. right away. And believe me, it's one of those things that it's just for the show. It's just because it looks good. Yeah, it does have the benefit of having the weight, but look at this shit. The rubber dried out. This only has this has like less than a year, and but it's mainly because of my climate, right? The climate here in Portugal, it's or either really dry or either really moist on the winter and really dry on the summers. But look, the rubber, fuck, it's fucking breaking. Look at this. It's breaking up all the way. And I paid $30 for this shit. You know what I advise you guys to buy? One of my most and cheapest tools that I bought. I bought this shit on AliExpress. And it's fucking amazing. I'm just removing it. 1 second. And like I said to you guys at the beginning, I'm not gonna lie to you guys about this kind of shit. I don't like to lie to people because I worked at Fnac, which is a Fnac is an electronics store. So I was one of those sellers that I don't care about the well, I cared about the sales that I was doing. I didn't care about the lies. I always told the truth about my customers, and I've gathered a lot of good relationships with customers back in the day. Now I'm just a software developer, but I had really good connections with my customers, and a lot of them always came to me on opinions regarding a product, either being a computer or a hard drive or whatever, because I was truthful. This is my way of living. So, the truth above all. This is what I bought. 70 bucks, 17 euros on AliExpress. This shit. You connect it to the desk and it has this. This is the best product you can have for your brushes. Believe me, the best one. Anything that you can find online, it's not as best as this one. Why? I'm going to tell you why. Firstly, rubber, right? It has some metal that you can bend to tighten, or if you have like those more bulkier brushes, you can like separate the metal from it. You have to make it a little bit more strength to it, but yeah. And then look, you can just go and put it right there, because the difference is this one you can lay down the airbrush and just not pull it, push it to the front, right? So you put it down and push it, put it down and push it. This way, you never damage the tip of your airbrush, holds the fucking thing. You don't know the amount of times this shit saved me, because by accident I stepped on the hose and the hose was connected and it pulled the airbrush down, right? So if I pull it down, the airbrush doesn't get out of here. Look, it doesn't. I can even do strength to it. It doesn't. It just stays there. And the rubber, you can even tighten a little bit, but the rubber doesn't let the airbrush to leave, which is awesome. And this rubber is the same, or it's almost the same rubber that normally people use to isolate the electronic cables of high tension. So they're really sturdy. I have this for more than a year. I think I bought this. I bought the cheapest one. I bought the airbrush before I was painting. So, and the other thing is, it has this connector. This connector is, I bought this pot, and be advised, this pot can be bought AliExpress for €8 or something. So you don't need to buy the one from Iwata, which is $50 or something. It's expensive as fuck. So for $30, you can have these two things. And this thing just sits there and it doesn't leave. And the way to do it, this pot only has one purpose. It's for you to put your airbrush there. It's made of silicone here, so you don't have to. So you, this way, like those resty things from Harder and Steepback should be with silicone. So you can put your brush and you don't damage the needle, right? But yeah, you do this and then you take out all the paint that you have here. It has a filter here. As you can see, the water there is already with paint, but it has a filter there, so it won't leave particles of paint out. This is a way for you to clean up your brush. I used it a lot back in the day. I was starting. At the moment, the pot, I don't use it, but I do use it as a rest for when I'm painting standing on my airbrush booth. And it's fucking good because you tighten it to the table and it just stays there. You have two, so you can press two airbrushes if you want. It's really good. And I'm thinking of getting one here for my desk to have like on here or on my left side, one of each, because it's really easy to be using it. And if I step on the hose, it won't pull the airbrush. So while this one, if I pull it, look, if I pull it down, so if I pull it really hard, it will just, the airbrush will just go. And yeah, I think this was it, guys. Sorry I didn't I didn't paint as I had in mind, but I hope you guys liked it. So now you know the purpose of this stream is to gather up people type of thing, because nowadays people tend to forget the small details, and the good stuff is on the small details, and we want to fetch them and provide them to everyone. So yeah, guys, have a great night. No worries, digitally. My pleasure to help you guys and teach. And I have a shit ton of ideas and stuff that I want to try and be more transparent on it. For example, how much, this is one idea that I just, you know, the sprues, how much actually do you need to add to a cement to create that thing? Yeah, those types of shit, I want to try it. I want to try custom paint thinners, custom paint NUM oils, custom paint solutions and everything, whatever. I want to try them all. I want to try every technique and everything that I can think of, and my purpose is to provide you guys with it. I might be long down the road, I might be creating a Patreon, provide more stuff even, but yeah, that's my purpose. I just want to allow people, especially the new ones, the newcomers, with stuff that it's not quite there for you to understand. And yeah, thank you all for the company. You guys are great. You make my day. Uh, and yeah, I see you. I might be streaming tomorrow, but I'm not sure. It all depends how much tired I am, because I'm going to be traveling around town with some friends. So, but yeah, if I'm here, you'll see me online, and I'll post it on my Instagram also. And I do have to do the Discord, so I might do the Discord tomorrow. And if I do my Discord, I'll hit you up a DM that you can come up and say hi, and then I'll let you guys know when I'm on mine. It's more easy and exchange more ideas and more stuff. So yeah, thank you all for watching. You guys are amazing. And yeah, I see you tomorrow. If not, I'll see you on the next Friday. Normally I only do on Fridays and Saturdays. Yeah, see you guys. Have a great night or a great day, depending on the hour it's going. Here it's 6 a.m. So it's fucking early. But yeah, thank you guys. Have a great night. See you.